Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm starting up Daemon Machina, specifically the sequel. And we're gonna jump right into hard mode. I think my tentative plans for this are I would like to go for the Platinum Trophy, but it also could potentially be very grindy, but I think I'll have to wait to see what actually is required. Because a lot of the trophies are just like, get 10,000 kills or things like that.
가ーデン防衛端末センチュリオンへの接続処理を開始します。
Okay. Do quick peek at all the presets. Still red. I have no idea what this is changing. Oh, there's like one little patch like on the shoulder. Or like on the upper chest. So that's probably fine for that. Probably same colors for that one. So that one only has two colors, there's no other accessories. Like it's either male or female voice, no other options there, which is fine. There's like extra features there. I kind of forgot where I left off, so I'm just gonna skim and see if any jump out at me. And any face accessories I want. I'm gonna go with no for that one. I just want to see all the options, but I do kind of want to just get through character creation relatively quick. As I did see that this can be changed later, so that's also why I'm not super worried about it. Granted, we're probably not going to be seeing the character themselves most of the game because giant robots. Kind of like a little bit of color there. This is very much a, like, will barely be visible. I think that's fine. Don't know the difference between those. And you can do separate eye colors. There's the other accessories. Earrings, which are a little bit hard to see. Kind of like the mask because it means I can probably put less effort if there's a jaw. Scars and tattoos. Even more scars and tattoos, which are barely showing up, so I think we'll just go to the next category. Makeup. I think I'm good there. Here we go.
男前に仕上がったじゃないか。センチュリオンへの選出おめでとう。君の運動能力、反射神経は実に素晴らしい。随分研究したんだが、命令伝達ユニットだけは機械よりもアウターの神経が優秀でね。君も未来永劫ガーデンの守護者になってもらう。なんだ、助けに来たぞ。なんだお前。大丈夫か。何がどうなってる。立て、すぐに奴らが来る。俺を誰だと思ってる。さすがだな。センチュリオンってのは俺たちを使った端末だったんだ。記憶を消し洗脳する。兵士の脳と生体神経系統だけを利用し直接スーツにつなげるんだ。神経系統だけ。ああ、優秀なセンチュリオンからさらに一部の遺伝子や神経系を移植して強化していく。記憶や感情はゴミってわけさ。嘘だろ。間違いない。お前はお前じゃなくなるところだった。とにかく下に行こう。俺たちはもう反逆者だ。ここから逃げないとまずい。いけるか。
Before I get to it, I think the music is kind of overpowering the voices a bit. Also, we are on hard difficulty with Japanese audio and English subtitles. And I feel like sound effects are probably going to get loud, so I figured I'd just nudge them down now. Light armor or midweight. Go with more balanced one. I think I'm gonna go the next level and also just bump up voices like 2. Hope that works out. I don't really want to read all the lore, but I do think I need to grab them for things. And anything else around here?
繰り返す。研究棟にて2名の兵士が逃走中。至急確保せよ。
さあ、ハンガーから降下ポットで脱出するぞ。やるしかないか。すまない。そいつの装備をいただいておけ。
First to the arsenal, press square to obtain one piece of armor or a weapon. High critical damage and weak point exploits, heavy blade that causes them to flinch. Total damage, this one just does more damage but has worse range. Stable, machine gun with good range and accuracy, low odds for critical damage but versatile and effective. Assault rifle excellent range, accuracy, and bullet speed. We're going assault rifle. Right hand weapon and left hand weapon.
終わりじゃない。
I think in general I want to prioritize going for credits because I know there's like a get 10 million credits thing.
これ以上はここから行くぞ。急げ。ここにまでぶっ飛ばせ。振り切るぞ。ここは俺がやる。
I think the thing that I did expect is the assault rifle seems to be slow pace shots. But I will say offhand movement feels real good in general.
Speed を上げろ。こっちだ。先を急ぐぞ。前にもこんなことがあったな。養護院でいつも一緒にいた犬のロッキとカールがいなくなったことがあったろ。
あったな。俺が妹に追いかけられて。
そう2匹を探しに行ったはずなのにさ。
There's a button prompt there, but I couldn't see what it was.
ハンガーはもうすぐだ。行くぞ。
L1 to use shoulder weapon, triangle to use auxiliary equipment. Seems like nothing here. We definitely gotta take Laser Blade. And he got it. Because that one is a we don't fight that, it is too strong. Trying to get all the loot, but they are also rapidly closing in. Because that also doesn't deal a lot of damage. That feels a little bit faster, which I think is more what I'm looking for instead of the assault rifle I had. The loot goblin, there's just a lot of enemies around. I think I'll be able to grab those. I can't throw that for some reason.
まだやれるだろ。カット。俺にも残しておいてくれよ。
I think the only thing with this is there isn't really much of a lock-on mechanic. I just kind of have to manually aim. And I guess we outlasted it.
中に入って扉を閉めてくれ。
よし
Probably use sword for that, but it's fine.
俺にも残しておいてくれよ。急げ。
こっちだ。
しばらく休めるな。
隊長は他のみんなは。
わからない。お前を探すので精一杯だった。
お前は
接続不良さ。日頃の善行はこういう時に帰ってくる。
バカ言え。お前にあるのは悪運だけだ。
来やがったか。相棒、どうする？
やるさ。
だよな。
Pretty sure there's a lock-on. Only thing I'm not sure of is there much of a dodge? Like there's a run.
一人で無理すんな。俺がいるだろ。まだやれるだろ。もっともっとだ。限界を超えて出力を上げろ。リミットチェンジ。ボンコプレ
ラブよせ。
俺が隙を作る。分かってるな。
ラブ
行け。行け。
動シーケンス開始。
このクソ野郎やらしやがれ。ラブ
安全装置解除。ブースター起動。
待て解除だ。ラブ
こいつをぶっ倒して俺もすぐに追いかける。行け。
逃げろラブ。
すべて正常に稼働中。射出します。
ラブクソボトル生きていてくれ。ラブ待ってろ。
And made it out.
生きてるのか。レディオ知らないみたいだね。
ここは
トビー。トビーはトビー。名前を聞いたろ。
ああ。
ここはブルーサウスエリアの砂漠だ。
ブルーサウスエリア地上落ちたのか俺は。ナブ
聞きたいことはそれだけ？じゃあ大変なんだ。ついてきて。急いで。フォージが大変なの。
フォージ何なんだ。
急いでってな。
And first trophy.
フォージが大変なんだ。くたばってないかな。
Got a big ping. So the ranks are parameters, so I guess it's based on what matches equipment. Rapid firing, physical bullets, well balanced in terms of accuracy, rapid fire capability, and damage. Extended critical range, easy to use with low memory consumption. 3 consecutive hits, easy to use with wide critical damage. It's weird that they're now like actually giving me like a proper description of what the weapons do. And we're getting some kind of purple blocks.
そ来やがった。イモータル。頼む、あんた助けてくれ。
Make an enemy flinch by attacking them and raising their flinch value up to a certain level where their VP gauge starts to blink. Approach square to grab them. Follow the attack on a recoil enemy to make them flinch. They can be grabbed and will wear off after a certain time. Attack with a quick weapon, throw the enemy that's in your grasp, release enemy from your grasp. So R1 is just to drop it.
そいつは肉の塊だから実弾に弱い。横から狙え。
Yeah, we got him.
来世は幸せでありますように。
いい人生でありますように。さて、お仕事お仕事。あ、3D レーザーセンサーだ。50シクロのケーブルもあるぞ。プラズマアンテナだ。アタッチメントもある。
おい待て待て。たった今助けといて殺す気か。人間か。いや助かった。あんたがいなけりゃ食われるところだった。そのアーセナルガーデンのだよな。あんた上から逃げてきたな。安心しな。命の恩人を統制局に突き出したりはしねえよ。上のやり方が嫌になったか。統制局の連中は融通が利かねえからな。気持ちはわかるぜ。お前には関係ない。まあそう言うな。ところであんたこっちにつてはあるのか。一人で。俺は一人で大丈夫だ。人間には頼らない。お前ら上の連中はほんと人間を嫌うよな。けど町はここから遠いぜ。わしと来ないか。悪いようにはしねえ。どうせ行くあてはないんだろ。何かお前に得でもあるのか。
見て、大地に帰るよ。これあげるよ。そのスーツにも適合する。少しはマシになるはずだよ。
命の恩人にパーツ渡してさようならってわけにもいかねえ。アーセナルを整備させてくれ。無気味で大気圏を抜けてきたんだろう。オーバーホールしないとバラバラになるぜ。決まりだな。ついてきな。
Format Bazoo to place pins and icons and check on fast travel, byways, enemy drops, and mission statuses. Areas not yet visited or covered by a veil be uncovered once they are visited. Touchpad, open game menu. Ally units, enemies, destination for story missions, and wreckages. Unopened areas, bases that are empty and set up. Facilities, caves, entrances, and consoles.
わしはフォージってんだ。よろしくな。あんた名前は？お前友達少ないだろ。ま、名前は気が向いたら教えてくれ。しかし強えな。無口だな。逃げてきたくせにホームシックか。これでも若い頃はわしもガーデンにいたんだぜ。統制局を支配する3人の最高指導者たち。政治局長また総帥でもあるオステオ、科学局長カルディア、軍事局長ソーマ。わしは科学局の下でアーセナルの開発をしていたんだ。何？
Better defense, but worse accuracy.
ガキの頃から機械いじりが好きでね。人間だが腕を見込まれて天国にってわけさ。お前のそれにもわしの開発した機能が使われてる。アウターの神経に直接つなげる拡張機能。お前にもついているだろう。背中のヘイロー。そいつはわしの作品だ。わしに任せてくれりゃ、そいつも新品同様に生まれ変わらせてやるぜ。
Bunch of goodies. Or traps and anything else major. A longbow. And a firearm that shoots arrows. Longbow to defeat enemies that yields more loot. Sight will employ its unique mode when in use. Hold to charge, press to rapid fire, release to launch. R to control the sight. This is how you shoot multiple arrows at the same time. Charging can grant the following benefits: increase damage, narrow the spread, increase loot drop. I mean, if they're gonna give me the more loot weapon right away, I should probably use that. Doesn't do a lot of damage. The weapon launches missiles which explode on impact. Missiles tracked locked on enemies can lock on multiple enemies with a dedicated lock-on sight. Shots fired increases proportionate to lock-on time. L1 to start lock-on. Release to launch. More defense. Covers femto, more ammo. A little bit more defense.
やがった。よし、いいじゃねえか。
Defeated immortal may leave its carcass behind. Approach the carcass, press square to obtain an item or a piece of development data.
なぜここに？まあ、あれだ。ちょっとした事故ってやつだな。それ以来この地獄で楽しくやっとるがな。
あんた、こいつを改造できるか？
改造？そりゃパーツさえありゃいくらでもやってやるぜ。どんな改造がお望みだ？
Development data is used when developing equipment at the factory. Defeating immortal can sometimes yield development data. So the idea is that you can get crafting recipes from fighting things.
それでどうする気だ？
ガーデンに戻る。奴らを潰し、仲間を救う。
一人でやり合うってか。冗談だろ。参ったね。本気かよ。こりゃえれえ広いもんをしちまったかな。まあいいだろう。ならわしと手を組むしかねえな。王子だ。
トビーだ。
And not seeing a whole lot of heal options at the moment. I don't know what those cubes are for yet. Not sure if I should be trying to take out a bunch of enemies just to see if I can keep getting stuff, or stick to critical path so that I can maybe get a better heal. Machine gun or other homing missile. Rapid firing, physical bullets, high rapid fire, critical hits, greatly increased damage. Guess these Chinese, I feel like I gotta go for them.
よし。
Restore to the factory to receive signals from.
よしいいじゃねえか。
Development data for a handgun or a helmet. I did see that there's a bunch of trophies for getting like full sets of armor. And my guess is that like you have to probably get all the data for them. And that's probably why it's kind of questionable on how long it could take. Or even where they might drop.
ほら、見えてきたぜ。あれがわしの家だ。統制局の連中に見られると厄介だ。秘密の裏口から入るぞ。
Service allows you to change equipment or recover from armor break, recover VP and HP by paying credits, build the base points in every region, use an item to build a supply base at empty base point. Any base can be strengthened using scrap. If you enabled online features usage in online settings, you may see supply bases built by other players. You can use and disassemble supply bases built by other players. Certain items to build, supply base points in every region, can be disassembled by selecting disassemble supply base from the menu. Assemble bases are built by other players. I guess the question is, why? Customize the exterior to your liking. Decals and patterns used for customization can be obtained by meeting conditions. Also, create your own. Equip armor, weapons, and attachments. Allows you to set items to take to the field, customize equipment placement, and whether to show or hide armor. Customize the look of your equipment at the hangar. You can change your placement of weapons on your arsenal. Placement does not affect battle performance. Choose to show or hide piece of armor in game. I guess if you really like your character design, you can basically just hide the entire set of armor.
ここはコロシアムだ。ありとあらゆる戦闘を見せ物にしてる。素手の殴り合い、アーセナル同士、イモータルとやり合うこともある。何でもありだ。アウターも人間も血の気の多い奴らはここに集まる。統制局のものだが、実際の運営はポートがやってる。おかげで警備はガバガバよ。よ、通るぜ。
ああ、フォージ。なんだそりゃ。統制局のだよな。
ジャンク品を引き取ってきたのさ。早くしないとバラバラになっちまう。どうしてくれ。
精が出るこった。お疲れさん。
貧乏暇なしでね。ほらな、楽勝だ。
Various facilities in the base, including the console, which allows you to change your equipment, customize arsenal, shops, buy and sell. Lab, where you can customize the looks. Ice cream parlor, you can eat ice cream to buff your abilities. You can see the game adds more facilities and functions.
アーセナルはそこで脱ぐといい。後で見ておいてやるよ。着替えたらこっちへ来てくれ。そいつはオーダーを受ける端末だ。コロシアムのファイターたちは傭兵に登録していることも多いもんでな。外部からの依頼をこなして金を稼ぐんだ。バイトマネーだけじゃなかなか食ってけんのでね。 恥ずかしい話だが、わしのジムからは未だに稼げるファイターが出てなくてな。今もよそのアーセナルを整備して小金を稼いでるってわけだ。どうやら月が回ってきたようだがな。
Console has many functions to change the equipment of your arsenal accepting missions. At the center of the base, walk up to it to access the menu. Another place I can change that. Got a card. So I'm guessing once I'm out in the field, eventually, like, energy is going to be important, which is what those red crystals are.
ようこそオンモロジムへ。なんとか言いなよ。アウターはだけじゃなくて口も使えないの？
ホビー、そんな言葉を使うんじゃない。気を悪くせんでくれ。親に似て口が悪くてね。
おや、
わしの息子よ。
立派な息子だ。
I did want to take another look at voices, because there might have been two and I just misunderstood. No, it looks like there is only just the... I guess I get more voices.
終わり、やめろよ。
イモータル。
So it seems like there's like things that you can unlock in terms of appearances that can be swapped in later. I did see that there's like DLC for that too.
いらっしゃいま。アイスクリームショップです。冷たくて美味しいアイスクリームはいかが？と言いたいんですが、今は店舗の改装中でして、開店までもうちょっと待ってくださいね。
Can't get started on the trophy yet.
よう、装備の開発なら俺に言ってくれ。データと素材があれば新しい装備を作ってやる。とはいえ今はちょっと準備中でな。また後で来てくれ。
ここがわしのジムのハンガーだ。家賃の安い最下層のエリアだが、住めば都でね。
ジム。
うん。ジムってのはコロシアムで戦うファイターを抱えて育てる施設さ。まあ今はファイターを一人も雇えてないが、いつかわしのジムからチャンピオンを生み出すのがわしの夢さ。どれ、お前さんのポンコツを見てみよう。まあゆっくり見物していってくれ。なあ、あんた統制局とやり合うつもりなら、まずは装備を整えないと話にならん。わしのジムに入ってファイターになれよ。あんたは装備が整う、わしは稼げる。どうだ？
そんな時間はない。
焦る気持ちはわかる。だがここはこらえる時だ。今の装備で戻っても犬死にするだけだぞ。ん？
おやさん。
もうアッシュじゃねえか。今日は何の用だ？
今日は統制局のスーツだな。そいつは。
待て待てって。どうしてお前らはそう血の気が多いんだ？
説明して、フォージ。
エンジェル、こいつは上からの脱走兵だ。 イモータルにやられそうなところを助けてもらった。命の恩人だ。詳しくは分からんが、統制局をぶっ潰そうとしてるらしい。仲間を置いてきたとかなんとか。
命の恩人。
トビー、黙ってろ。何か事情がありそうだが、とにかくお前らが思ってるようなやつじゃねえ。
トビー、本当？うん、トビーたちを助けてくれた。統制局をぶっ潰して仲間を救う。だってさ。
そんな話が信じられるか。
本当なんだよ。あんたらに引き合わせようと思ってた。
こいつら解放旅団か。
そうだ。統制局を敵とする者同士だろ。手を組むべきだな。
新しいアーセナルと装備が必要だ。俺には金がいる。俺を買え。
はあ、こんなふざけやがって。
あなたにその価値があるとでも？
お前ら100人よりも
なんだと。
自信かね。
どちらでもいい。相手になってやる。
俺だ。俺がやる。
待ってくれ。まだアーセナルの整備が。
壊れたアーセナルで十分だ。
やがって。
こりゃ
バカだ、バカだ。
いいか、派手にやってやれ。お前の腕をできるだけ高く売るんだ。ま、あんたなら問題ないだろう。
思ったほどじゃねえな。俺らしくもない。大したことねえな。俺らしくもない。このまま終われるかよ。
That was a rough one. I don't know if I won or if I lost.
大したものね。
バケモンめ、こいつはアウターだぞ。いくら強かろうが信用できない。
私も仲間にするのは反対。奴らのスパイかも。
こんだけ派手なデビューをかますスパイがいるか。
それは一理あるわね。こいつがいればレイブンを救えるかもしれない。いいわ。当面はあなたの腕を買う。死ぬかクビになるまでは役に立ってもらうわよ。
おい、勝手に決めるなよ。
後で説明するわ。私はエンジェル、レインエンジェル。解放旅団オールドフォート支部の代理指揮官よ。彼はアッシュ。あなたの名は？
おい、
なんだ。
もし俺たちを裏切ったらお前を殺す。分かったな。
できるならな。
やれやれ。肝を冷やしたが丸く収まったな。
どうだか。
どうだかな。
Got shops and we got the factory.
おい、早速のオーダーだ。商売繁盛。さあ、そこの端末から内容を確認してくれ。解放旅団が連絡に使っている抜け道があるんだが、どうもそこにイモータルが住み着いちまってるらしい。そいつらの駆除依頼だ。あんたなら簡単だろ。
And we got missions. Mercenaries receive any type of requests. You can accept those missions. Missions can be accepted at the base's console. Once a mission's objective is achieved, you can report completion at the base's console and receive your reward. Accepted missions can be cancelled. Cancelled missions can be accepted again from the console. Advance the story and missions by achieving their set objectives. Story's objective is shown at the top, while the mission's objective is shown at the bottom. Only see one objective from the missions you have accepted. Toggle which objective is shown through the missions list on the world map or in the console. Got co-op. You can search for parties online. You can search automatically look for joinable rooms. Use a password. You can be able to join some missions depending on the timing. You cannot join parties with players who progress further than you. Joining a party restricts initial values such as VP. Joining a host party and co-op play will begin a grant entrance. Joining them as a battle can have an offensive effect on your surroundings. Each grant entrance has a different effect. If you have multiple types of entrances, you can switch them via the grant entrance and the settings. Let's leave that off for now. Certain conditions may receive emergency requests. Emergency missions occur only during certain periods of time. When the period passes, you no longer be able to accept that mission. Check acceptor, cancel missions, toggle missions displayed. More missions as you advance through the story. Some requests come directly from conversations with characters. Having near the fort was previously used by reclaimers has become too dangerous to use due to immortals settling there. Must be exterminated in order for us to secure the byway safety and carry out future missions. I just realized the one that I accepted is like way higher ranked than me, but it's also repeatable.
最初だからな。わしも同行してやろう。いろいろ買ってもわからんだろう。
戦えるのか。
そう言うなって。足手まといにはならないからよ。準備ができたら出発するぞ。
アイテムや装備の購入ですね。ぜひご覧になってください。
Can be bought and sold. It can compare parameters before buying. New equipment will be added as the story advances. Don't think I really have enough money to justify buying much of anything right now, and I doubt I have much data for anything, but I at least want to see what the menu looks like.
開発か？新しい装備楽しみだよな。
Factory to develop new equipment. Parameters change for every development data, even for the same equipment. Compare parameters before requesting development. Equipment development acquires development data and materials. Restoration of broken beacons is done at the base's factory. Materials and credit are needed as resources. Beacons will start receiving signals from wreckage. Get a mace if I get the items for it, but not a whole lot. Pins and stamps can be set anywhere when a multiplayer only location with shared pins visible to other players. Fast travel through byways that have been unlocked become temporarily unavailable depending on progress. Active missions allow you to check missions in the progress. Enemy drops allow you to look up enemy information. Meeting certain conditions such as finding even one item while pillaging wreckage will update dropped information for that enemy. Beacons that showed restored beacons can use this list to pin the location of beacons you wish to explore. Okay, so now it's like actively consuming energy as I travel, so I need to break crystals if I want to refill my energy.
Catch した敵だぞ調子いいじゃねえかまったく乱暴に扱いやがる
I would like to see if there is like a dodge. Or if it's just... I don't know, there's an easy way to check that. So it is nice that those are marked. Okay, so the lock-on is pretty decent, actually. High weak point exploit, easy to use with low memory consumption. That's just a direct upgrade. Team menu, check details on player's condition, world map, missions, progress inventory. During multiplayer, you adjust settings to party creation and communication. You change your player information such as your name and title. They like to check player data as well as usage and collection of weapons. During multiplayer, accessing other players' arsenal platform allows you to check that player's information. Inventory to select equipment and items you have acquired. There's the party menu. Players whom you played with will also be at a recent playlist, and they can set their privacy to open. You can directly join their party from these lists. Like, my issue is I don't know how to change. Okay, so the holding it changes weapon, or changes items. Get a vehicle. I want it.
キャッチした。敵だぞ。
戦闘継続します。
調子いいじゃねえか。往生しろや。
Is just kind of a direct upgrade of what I have. Can string up to 5 hits, pierce through enemy's guard, and can be used while holding a shield. Made them, it's a powerful explosion. Explodes after a set amount of time or upon detecting an approaching enemy. Throwing distance depends on grabbing it, throwing performance. Filled with high damage reduction rate against physical attacks. Heavier the damage, the more stamina is consumed to guard against it. Yeah, stamina while guarding will lead to a guard break. Both hands to guard improve stagger resistance. Press square while guarding to parry. Repel enemy attacks with your shield must be activated with the right timing while guarding. So parries greatly increase the accumulated flinch value. New chest armor.
統制局の連中か。やられすぎた。
More defense, but way worse energy. But also stun resistance.
イモータル発見。ちょっとくらい平気平気。
We're actually gonna go with that one. Aerial speed attachment or head armor.
イモータルか。気をつけろよ。
Already have the head armor, so we'll go for that. They seem to have relatively low health. Another damage beacon. I think I'm probably going to want those, but I also don't fully know what wreckage is for yet. And I'm guessing the reason you want to get like multiple data things is because it probably makes a better version of the weapon. Also, apparently there's mastery based on the bottom right. I don't know what that icon is. Oh, it's just a random robot up here. Anti-firearm that launches a projectile that explodes upon landing. Reading a 2 anti-firearm greatly lowers your movement speed. Shooting while in motion greatly increases your speed. Mining locations. Access mining spots for 2 enabled actions. Items you acquire may change depending on the result of your actions. L to move a shrinking circle when it overlaps a static guide, press X. Amount of HP gauge decreases based on how closely your circle matches the guide, both in position and size. Lower the HP gauge is, the higher likelihood of better rewards. Items to make mining easier, improve the odds of obtaining valuable items. I understand now. A little bit too early. Almost got a complete one there. That one can go to the hangar because the thing is just a worse version of the one I have. A little bit too early. There's our main mission.
キャッチした。敵だぞ。往生しろや。
Melee kinda just seems real good. Yeah, we got him. Overall better stats, but slightly worse energy. That would be fine. That would give me way better defense or physical, and better shooting accuracy, but makes it worse for brawling. Or a shotgun, or a two-handed blade. We're gonna go that one. Don't have any grenades, so we'll take that. Better missiles or better melee? We're gonna go with that one. Now I can fast travel back if I want to turn the mission right now.
イモータルか。気をつけろよ。調子いいじゃねえか。
And nothing out of them. Kind of want to check out a base point, even though I don't think I can actually make any. Still haven't figured out what that purple currency is. And we got a rank up. Gonna grab that. So with that, I can basically just, if I have an item, I can set up a base and get a full heal somewhere. That's kind of the purpose of those, but I do have to pay if I get a full heal. Now there's a quick way to drop down other than just facing the camera straight down. And even then, it's kind of not straight down. So I would get worse flinch and worse thrust, but I would get more damage. Or that, which gives me better HP defense, but worse defense against lasers and worse accuracy by very little. Probably soon I want to think about heading back to turn the mission. Like, I feel like whatever the purple currency is going to be important because there's a lot of it. Can I fast travel from here? Or do I even need to be at a base to fast travel? I do not. So we'll just head back to base. Not entirely sure if it's loading or if I'm stuck. I guess it was loading. Because I couldn't open any menus. And first mission done. Like some scrap, using it to expand base functionality. Okay, so that's scrap. Turn crystals to defeat enemies in the field. To get scrap to a specific reclaimers to expand your facilities can be used to invest in leveling up supply bases. Stage radon, axiom.
さすがだな。後でちょっと付き合ってほしい場所があるんだ。声をかけてくれねえか。
私は解放旅団技術担当のチベッタです。早速ですが、イモータルのジャンク集めをあなたにお願いしたいんです。
イモータルのジャンクがなんでそん
イモータルは様々な進化を遂げた結果、ジャンクといえど貴重な素材の塊となっています。そのためポートでは取引に使われており、旅団の物資を揃えるのにも活用されています。
わかった。やってみる。
集め終わったら私のところへお願いします。
これで全部だ。
確かにいただきました。今後もジャンクが集まったら私に声をかけてください。私たちは直接的な戦力にはなりませんが、精一杯あなたたちをバックアップします。また機会があればよろしくお願いします。また機会施設のサービス向上
Auxiliary equipment that increases the total ammo of your firearms when equipped. Expand the facility base by handing scrap over to specific individuals. Expand the facility adds and enhances functions within the base.
よう、悪いな。
悪いな。
なんだ。
ちょいと気になるやつがいてな。駆除してほしいのよ。
イモータルか。
きっといいパーツが見つかるよ。
I think we're gonna use that one because I kind of prefer that over grenade. Ice cream at the ice cream parlor. Eating ice cream will grant bonuses to your abilities. Each flavor has a different effect. Earn stamps by buying ice cream and fill the stamp to win a prize. Ground speed, emergency dodge. So it does sound like there is like an emergency dodge. I don't know if it's just the other dash that already done. Animal that shows up at the base will switch to a cat. The change will happen when you visit the base again. I can upgrade the shop or upgrade factory. Increase the screen noise in the restored beacon's result. I don't know what that means. But basically, I need scrap in order to get more shop items and make something with the beacons better. I want to go there because it's closer to the mission spot. I'm guessing I only have the two. I will say this is a very awkward loading presentation. Because I would almost prefer like some kind of indicator as opposed to just throwing me in an empty room that I'm trapped in. And not letting me access menus. Like, it feels like if the game were to like actually break here, I would not even know. Like even like a little like display on the screen or something to let me check the progress. Just something visually that's like actually doing something.
当時は弱いくせにイモータルと聞くとすぐにやっつけに行くんだ。いろんな素材が手に入るからね。
奴らが自己増殖のために取り込む様々な機械パーツの中にはたまにお宝が眠ってる時がある。前に統制局のアーセナルを丸々飲み込んだ奴がいてな。あれは随分金になったな。奴らは動く金庫ってところさ。
金目
金儲けのどこが悪いのさ。働かざる者食うべからずだぞ。
金のためってのもあるんだが、それだけでもね。奴らは様々な生き物がフェムトによって変異した慣れの果てだ。人から変異することもある。アウターになりきれなかったなり損ないってやつさ。元の生物の原型をとどめず記憶もなくし死ぬこともできねえ。哀れだと思わねえか。わしの残りの人生はあいつらを成仏させてやることだと思ったの。
残りの人生。
取りつかれちまってるのかもな、イモータルに。
Go ahead and mark that one first. Definitely seems like it's most worthwhile to get scrap from there. A little early. A little early again.
Immortal が気をつけろよ。あれは統制局の連中か。
I think if I'm not using like an item to boost it, I basically need to get off 5 as crits or at least 4 to 5. Since there's a bunch of mining and scrap spots here, I might as well go for them. And more. Probably. I don't think I'm ever going to use a handgun, but I might as well grab the data for it. The one thing I dislike about the wreckage is it doesn't shows me how much is getting added, but it doesn't show me how much there is in total. I should actually probably figure out where this quest is. Up over that way. It is kind of weird that there's no overworld music. Sniper rifle for pretty big damage there, or a mace, which is... And also Greaves, which would trade laser defense for a bunch of physical defense. Heavy damage in a single strike, cannot inflict combos, can knock back enemies. Heavier equipment allows for quicker action after attacking. Heavier equipment inflicts more damage. The knockback is kinda silly, but it does also make it basically impossible to grab. There's a big group of enemies done. I feel like I've kind of tapped what I can get out of those particular enemy types. I get the feeling I'm not actually going to use the bow, so I might as well swap it out. Armor to sell later. Decrease in health for slightly more energy, not worth it. I think the mace is a little bit goofy, but I don't know if it's for me. Actually, see if there's anything else I can. Chest and a vehicle. I think I can take the vehicle. me a second to realize that there was a go button. I think this is using less energy. That seems to be the benefit of it. Hold square, it is mine. The wind on that is kind of rough.
Ikso!
イモータル発見。
当たれ
Didn't get the grab. Mine. I think I definitely need like a better like weapon. Laser missiles which do less damage. This is capable of piercing the enemy, track the enemy, deploy special lock on sight to lock on multiple enemies, increase in proportion to lock on time. Upward correction to their damage power when remaining Fento is over a certain percentage. Percentage of Fento remaining for correction to be applied depends on the weapon. So basically, if I have a higher energy capacity, they can do more damage. And we found the quest.
ライドだな。何の用だ。あんたの計画を止めに来た。何のことだ。あんたのことが心配な友人からの依頼だ。
ポートの野郎か。全くいらんことしやがる。
さあ、やめてもらおうか。
わしの覚悟は変わらん。止められるものなら止めてみろ。わしの痛みを思い知れ。
攻撃を受けている。襲撃者は2人。両名ともアーセナルを装備。繰り返す。アーセナルを装備。
なんてことありません。
一人は素人だ。もう一人の方を警戒しろ。
楽に落ちろ。
Most got hit.
戦闘継続します。
分かっただろう。あんただけでなんとかなる相手じゃない。
わしは今日までずっと戦ってきた。今さらやめられるか。
無駄死にだぞ。銃を向けたらそこから先は命の取り合いだ。
覚悟ならできている。
覚悟だけで敵は撃てない。二度とバカな真似はやめろ。
I might just swap that out.
キャッチした。敵だぞ。
As well, it's not a bad one. I definitely prefer having a little bit more access to grab. I didn't realize that was how I swap what I'm comparing it to. The reason I kind of want to stick with shields is because I don't know how to dodge. And we got a laser blade. Getting up to 3 hits, easy to use with wide critical range. Femto correction is applied to laser weapons depending on femto percentage. That's the one where more energy I have, I can get better stats for that. Because that one's automatically marked. Also seems like that's faster than, say, like the lance. Worst version of the bazooka I have. More data for that. It might be worthwhile at some point to try to find a base just so I can refill up my potions. It also is nice that like the extra party members, I get credit for the stuff they pick up, which I assume would be the same for online. Early. Here's another icon that I'm not entirely sure what it is. That's the mighty one up there. There we got him. Worse lock on range and stamina efficiency, but better defense overall. Rapid firing laser bullets while balancing accuracy, rapid fire capability and damage. Need to get some energy back. Found the untranslated laser shotgun. Attachment for even more energy. We got a fast travel point. I don't really know how to land. I know how to make the robot go up, but not to drop down. I think I'm gonna grab these crystals. I will say they didn't really give a whole lot of a tutorial for like movement. Or really any tutorial. And I've just been kind of winging it. Somewhere straight south of here. If I'm reading that right, at least. Guess it does track it once I've looked at it. We're just gonna make a mad dash there because I don't want it to explode again. I'm guessing it's at the top of that. I need to find a way up without flying. I guess I can jump, but I can't fly. So placing depends on which hand I pick it up. I figured out what the reload button was. Again, it seems like R1 is my quick dodge. I accidentally figured out trying to put that down. Aerial speed, worse energy, no physical defense, but better laser defense. there anything else I really want to do, or just go for the story thing? And I kind of am leaning for the story thing. Although that looks weird, so I kind of want to check it out. It's like 1 damage difference there, and I think I would prefer a sniper. Aim and fire from a long distance, readying a 2-hand firearm greatly lowers movement speed. Fire while on standby to enter scope mode. Can only be used on the ground. Kind of like the bow, you hold it down, but then you can push square to scope in as long as you're on the ground. Recovery equipment or new arm. Shoulder weapon that recovers health. Instantly restores a set amount of health. That actually might be better than the ammo one I got. Don't know which of that gives me better one-handed weapons. Sure. Even though I did just say I was gonna swap it out, I might as well take what I have on hand.
あれは統制局だ。
います。軽度の損傷ですが大丈夫です。
調子いいじゃねえか。よくも。
More damage than what I have, but it has lower base damage, but it gets more attribute. So it's better because I have more energy. Better physical defense, but worse everything else. Minigun, which I probably wouldn't use. And we'll go for helmet upgrade. I'm definitely getting a little bit more lenient with how much stuff I'm checking, because I don't know how much of it is going to be actually needed. So this is just a free kill. Probably use a bit of a heal. This is probably a good spot for it. So this is just if I have a set that I particularly like, I can do that. So investing in bases makes it so I spend less credits. So basically, if I trade scrap instead, I can give myself like a little bit of a discount. I will say I kind of wish the dialogue when the characters do speak would be at the top and then the tutorial stuff would be at the bottom. Development for a knife or a storage chip. First, heal spot I found. They respawn real quick. So it seems like this is not where I needed to go. But it looks like I'm relatively close, assuming I can pass through here. And we got it. Got another rank. Guessing because I explored a new area.
イモータル発見。
Here we go. So far, hard mode doesn't seem that bad. Especially considering I didn't know, several of the buttons for quite a while, and probably am still missing stuff. Kind of getting very small upgrades to just that one weapon, which is not the worst, because it's the main one I'm using. Have a ton of jade, so it seems like that's a pretty common one. Two-handed blade. So if I replace anything except the sniper rifle, it'll be an overload. Greatly lowers movement speed already. Repeat 2 strike attacks without pause. Attacks by a two-handed blade can inflict multiple hits. And we got him. Right, that would replace missiles, so that's not as good as I thought. Attack enemies to produce more loot with a knife, swing up to 3 times, lightweight, low memory consumption, highly portable. Good for weak points. Small decrease in energy for more balanced defense. I think I'm just gonna keep pushing for the story thing. This seems like it's a boss fight.
いたぞ、あいつだ。
トループクラスだね。
違うか。
違う？
なんでもねえ。さあ、片付けちまおう。
Flesh Heart is an attribute given to different parts of an enemy. You can efficiently deal damage and flinch value by choosing weapons based on the flesh type. Soft flesh is bad against physical, but good against laser. Hard is weak against laser, but strong against physical. Can be checked using search mode. Cover their weak points with armor. You can deal damage to the armor destroyed, grab it and rip it off and expose the weak point. Efficiently deal damage to weak points. Some weapons. Okay, I think I accidentally backed up again. think the one thing with this is I'm not sure. How to tell which is hard versus soft. Like the impression I got was it's color coded, but they didn't tell me what the colors were. Yeah, we got him.
来世は幸せでありますように。なんだ。おい、大丈夫か。
何今の。こんなの初めて見たよ。
こいつは一体。
とにかく急いで戻ろうよ。ラボで見てみないと。
そうだな。あんた立てるか。悪い予感がする。違ってりゃいいが。
どいてどいて。ラボはこっちだよ。結果が出たよ。融合が起きてるね。
当たっちまったか。
なんだ。
イモータルが他のイモータルを取り込む行動だ。同じくフェムト変異体であるアウターとも融合することがあるのは聞いたことがあったけど。
どういうことだ。
簡単に言えば、お前の体の中でイモータルが生きてるってことだ。厳密に言えば遺伝子が生きているってことだけど。
生きてる。それで取り除けるのか。
わからないけど、見たところお前は健康だ。イモータルたちは融合を繰り返すことでより強くなるんだ。同じ理屈ならお前にも同じことが起きるのかもな。
強くなるのか。
推論だね。可能性はある。
イモータルを取り込んだんだ。何があっても不思議じゃねえ。すまんすまん。しかしこいつはすごいことだぞ。
And I think we unlocked the skill tree. At Factory, you can take it to the lab to activate it. And fusion skills based on genetic combination inside the factor. Activating the factor can lead to physical mutation. Reset your body by paying credits. Categories as skeleton, might, and shell, the different combinations of which affect the type of skill you can obtain. Splitter, auto dodge, and stun resistance. That effective fusion may force a change in your outer's looks as found now is called mutation. Once mutation occurs, you'll now be able to change the look of the mutated body part. It can be treated by paying a large amount of credits at the laboratory. Activating Immortal Factories, you contain many different types of skills. Weapon actions unleash weapon-based skills. General actions are special moves. Passive for players' abilities. Using weapon action skills and general action skills consume Fento or stamina. All skills have levels. The attain level affects the duration of the effect, damage dealt, and consumption. Three types of skills again. And can raise the upper limit of them by boosting the laboratory. Flashes an enemy upward, then drops down from above and slams your weapon into them at full strength. Successful upward slashes allow smoother transitions into downward slams. So the idea is that you have a finite amount of slots until you upgrade the laboratory. Ready's evasive measure automatically dodges enemy attacks. Consumes stamina and Fentos. Timing with incoming attacks is of the most importance. I do have some that seem to be unique to certain weapons. Actually, wait, this is just the full list of them, so this is not all the unlocked ones. Activate factors acquired from enemies. Okay, so I ran out of time for whatever that one was. Back and occupy base. Get a fast travel point. Don't think there's any reason to not just accept every mission. Protect them from immortals while they get scrapped.
の人、ちょっとこっち来てくれない？
But before we go through and grab anything else, I think I need to be right back for several minutes. I will be back with you. Welcome back.
おーい。
俺のことか。
そうそう、ちょっとお願いがあってさ。兵器開発に必要なイモータルのデータを取ってきてほしいんだ。集まったらまた僕のとこに来てよ。その後作った武器のテストもしたいんだ。
まあいいだろ
う。よし、交渉成立。じゃあ 頼んだよ。
よう、アッシュがあんたに任務があるとよ。
そうだ、手を貸せ。俺たちの指揮官を救う。
指揮官？
俺たちの指揮官、解放旅団オールドフォート支部隊長のレイブン。詳細は道すがら話す。準備をしてゲートに集合だ。
よ
来たか。
それで任務ってやつは？
あなたバカなの？奴らの目や耳がどこにあるかわからないのよ。
雇われアウターが来たんだ。とっとと行こうぜ。
任務開始よ。
たまにはビール。
まずはレイブンの確認が最優先よ。確認後確保。
そっちの素材は
その後廃炉を利用して脱出する。本部からの援軍も来る予定よ。
廃炉？
そうだ、過去の遺物。俺たちの庭だ。統制局の奴らを巻くには絶好の場所だ。
俺の役目は？
なんでもいいだろ。あんたは守ればいいんだよ。
よしてアッシュ。レイブンはグルームデプの牢獄から軌道エレベーターへ移送されるの。
軌道エレベーターか。この人数では無理だ。
ええ、だから
廃炉と接続している地下トンネル内でレイブンの身柄を確保する。
なるほどな。時間勝負か。
救出するには戦力が必要だった。あなたには期待してるわよ。
報酬の分はきっちり働いてもらうぜ。
仕事は手を抜かない主義だ。
よう、依頼を見てくれたのか。助かる。
何から始める？
そうだな、これを集めてほしい。この年になってくると自分で集めに行くのも一苦労でな。頼むよ。
任せろ。
集めてきてくれたのか。どれどれ。これだけあれば十分だ。ありがとう。なかなかいいものが揃っているな。この手際なら他のこともできそうだな。ともかく助かったよ。ありがとう。
遅いぞ。急げ急げ、時間がないんだ。
分かっている。
こっちは金を払ってるんだ。さあ仕事だ仕事。
ずいぶん急ぎのようだな。
無駄口
You
を
got
立てる
exclamation.
な。黙って仕事をしろ。おい、イモータルが来ているぞ。なんとかしろ。
排除する。
大丈夫か？大丈夫
That
な
was
んだ
easy
な。
enough.
頼むぞ。
チャンスだ。叩くぜ。
I kind of forgot that I had the sniper rifle out.
行くぞ。
Sometimes you may acquire an immortal factor from an immortal carcass. Activating the factor at the base lab can let you attain immortal, special abilities, and skills. So it also seems like I can only carry like a finite number of those. Like after I get 4, then I have to turn them in. And it looks like I do need to be physically close where they die in order to pick up the resources.
Oi! 周囲を警戒しとけ。襲われでもしたらかなわんからな。さあ、どこだ？よし、あと一つ。
おい、あとどれくらいだ？
必要な時間だけだ。そんなこともわからんのか。よし、あった。
So I wonder if I need to go back to the base every time I need to turn the genes.
引き上げるぞ。時は金なりだ。 奴らを近寄らせるな。
Not sure what that trophy is for. I'm guessing it's like beating a certain number of enemies.
むぞ。そんな面倒までは見れないか。
この道何年だと思ったら、これまで事故なんて片手で収まるほどしかないわ。よし、ここまででいい。お前、腕はまあまあだが信頼できそうだ。次も頼むぞ。
Let's take a look at... Looks like that leads to a new area, so I kind of want to claim that just to get the fast travel in. So that seems to be locked by story. It's the very last one. In that case, I guess the move is just to find another quest somewhere. Seems like if I do the one for securing a base, that sets me up like right by main story. Or would not be back there. There's also like little lasers around. sure if I'm like missing an entrance. Because I thought I said I was supposed to be able to take this over. I would have assumed meant that I could go into the base. Gotta destroy the control pieces. I really need an energy refill. And the door's open now. Always good to get some small repair sprays. Tag attachment. I'm guessing attachments probably cost memory, so it's one of those things where once I'm later in with way better armor, then they'll be kind of more important. Well, that seems like everything there.
Yosh.
I know there's like a big spooky enemy just kind of on the road. At least that's sort of what it looks like. guess it was just... random guard group. Slightly better damage. Slightly less ammo. I'm only slightly regretting not taking the energy, but I just found some now. Don't know what that trophy is either. So I don't know any of them by name, so when I just see them pop up, I have no idea what it means. It looks like I got a blade level up, so maybe it's related to weapon mastery. There's a real big spider robot over there.
VP が 50% よ。気をつけて。
派手に食らってんな。よし。やれる。
今よ。気を抜かないでよ。
A lot of damage there. There's a little bit of a problem. I need need to bail on this one unless I can get one of them picked up. But I don't know why I can't use a first aid kit.
落ち着いていきます。嫌よ。
Got to run out of energy unless we dip. As much as I want to try to make this fight work, I just don't think it's happening.
Moe 拠点。立場が変われば違うものだな。まずは制御装置の破壊からか。アーセナルに警告する。君は統制局の所有地へ無断侵入をしている。各自持ち場につけ、攻撃を開始せよ。本部へ。所属兵器から攻撃を受けている。繰り返す。攻撃を受けている。
この程度。マジックインチが簡単にやるの。
And that's game over. I should have probably just tried to find a base somewhere. I thought that was going to be like one of the bases I take over and not like a defensive tower. That boss really messed me up. Like, I managed to at least get one of its weak points exposed, but I think I needed to focus more on melee to try to hit the legs in order to get more of those. I do think overall my biggest complaint for the game so far is the load times. The load times are real bad. If that was the case where I just should have probably tried to find a base somewhere. Also, I still have no idea how to really organize items. Like, I know there's medium recovery kits. I can't get a first aid kit to work. I don't know what it does or why it's not working. Because it just was supposed to heal a moderate amount of health. But for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to be doing that. Overall, it doesn't seem like we're too far back. We're like one fight before the boss. While it is kind of tempting to go for them again, I think I would rather go for the base for the quest.
Remote 立場が変われば違うものだ。まずは制御装置の破壊からか。アーセナルに警告する。君は統制局の所有。各自持ち場につけ、攻撃を開始せよ。本部へ。所属不明機から攻撃を受けている。繰り返す。攻撃を受けている。
軽度の損傷で戦闘を継続します。
Doesn't try to get knocked down there.
あとは制御を奪うだけだ。
New shield type. High damage reduction rate against lasers. Heavy the damage, more stamina is consumed. And parry. Lowers lock on but boosts everything else. I wish I knew what the land button is. Other than just hit the ground for a little while until I land. I realized that was a hold prompt.
制圧完了。増援が来る前に撤退だな。
Other than having loot, I'm not sure what all purpose of these bases is. Like, I guess it's just like an enemy fort. But like, I didn't even need to go through the fort in order to complete the quest.
派手
手に食らってんな。
Cool, so fire just absolutely. Don't know what to do about that. Or why that room is there. I think there was definitely items that I could get in there, but I have no idea how. And if I step back in again, it's another game over. Is there a big supply base nearby? Kind of. Go ahead and activate this. Then I think we're gonna just continue the story.
Angel, 本部からの援軍は
まだみたいね。
これ以上は待てない。
そうね。私たちだけでやるしかない。
誓いにかけて各自役割を確認しろ。出発する。
どう？こっちには慣れてきた？相変わらずね。アウターになるときに喋る能力も失ったの？
一つだけ。一つだけ。ここの方がいいところがある。
何？
ここには自由がある。
そうね。
エンゼル、イモータルだ。
振り切れないの？
ダメだ、数が多い。奈落に落ちろ。
さすがにやるわね。
ま、やるじゃねえか。
雇って正解ね。
俺もうかうかできねえな。
And it seems like as long as I get the ones that are glowing purple before they jump, we take basically no damage.
さすがにやるわね。
ッシュ、時間がないわ。
クソ虫どもめ。少しビークルが破損したみたいだ。
あと少しでトンネルの入り口よ。終わるまで持ってくれるかしら。
大丈夫だと思う。
雇って正解ね。
俺もうかうかできねえな。
The ranged ones definitely seem like more of a problem.
仕切り直せ。逃げた。かなりの数だな。
こちらは統制局だ。不審車両に告げる。その場で速度を落とし待機せよ。繰り返す。その場で速度を落とし待機せよ。
止まるわけねえだろ。
それ以上近づけば攻撃も辞さない。これは警告ではない。
行くわよ。
了解だ。反撃そのもの、稲村しろ。
ご丁寧にどうも。
アッシュ、ジャミング弾を撃って。あなたの出番よ。
キャリさせんなよ。
この程度。
終わりませんよ。このまま落とす。
損傷は軽。戦闘を継続する。
いいざまね。
よし。ビビる玉じゃねえだろ。反撃開始だ。
How much damage they're just kind of dealing to me? Like, I don't know if I just happened to like land a grab like right where like the big enemy was shooting.
レイブン。
ひどいなりね。生きてる？
死なない程度にはな。
待ってて。
え、女？
武器を捨てて。私は敵じゃない。それよりも脱出するのが先じゃない？
エンジェル、怪我人を。
はい。みんなかなりの傷を負っています。
これじゃ全員で脱出は無理だ。お前、何を？
少し我慢して。
暖かい。
応急処置だけど今はこれで我慢して。
痛みが消えた。
手を触れただけで傷が。アウターなの？
アウターだと？
落ち着け。彼女は敵じゃない。
レイブン、どういうことだ？あんた、こいつを知ってんのか？
もちろんだ。
どういうことなんです？
後で話す。長いは無用だ。脱出するぞ。急げ。
think that's a new one, but generally worse armor.
誓いにかけて各自役割を確認しろ。出発する。
I don't know why the first aid is disabled. Like, whatever that first aid is just seems to be broken.
So ろそろ聞かせてください。その女は
イリス、解放旅団本部の戦力だ。
本部からの援軍ってのは
彼女みたいね。
なんだ。
イモータル、大きい。
なんなんだよ。次から次に。
アッシュ、エンジェル、ビークルを守って拠点へ急げ。イモータルは私が足止めする。
その体じゃ無理よ。
イリス、
私と彼で対応する。行って。まだ一暴れする元気はあるでしょ。
Maybe I should hit up that base before then. That was a lot of it. Okay, so she's healing me, which is good now. Gotta grab it there. That's a little bit too close. A nice big heal there. see where the grab spot was. I would guess on the head, but I didn't see it.
れるでしょ。勝つわよ。無理しないで。私もいる。一人で無理しないで。
Let's see if I can use that a little more, and it does seem quite good actually.
このまま押し切る。 まだやれるでしょ。勝つわよ。
I did try to see if I could get a throw and dodge in there, and it did work. Does seem to do like more damage than a regular combo.
片付いたわね。
何なんだ。
They have a maximum amount of those that I can carry. Now I can just return to base and get the turn in unless I decide to do something else. I would ideally like to get that fast travel. Okay, so I have to double tap X to turn off flight. Finally figured out like randomly during that fight.
新入りがいるようだな。随分頼もしいようだ。
こいつは雇われ傭兵さ。あんたを助けるため仕方なかった。
彼がいなかったらあなたの救出は無理だったわ。
ありがとう。世話になった。
報酬分は働くさ。
お前には聞いてない。
アッシュ。
で、あんたは本部へ帰るのか？
いえ、ここに残るよう指示されてる。
何？なんでアウターを？
敵はアウターじゃない。統制局だ。
どっちも同じだ。
で、どうするつもりですか？
本部からの指令だ。ここで働いてもらう。
了解です。それがあなたの判断なら代理も今日でおしまい。お帰りなさい。
統制局の分断政策の思うツボだな。
You managed to realize you're fighting against an enemy you fought before. Bring back any items you obtained during the mission. So this is like wherever you want a specific boss weapon that they drop or specific materials that you missed, you can do this. You need to find the person who's offering to get a fast travel point, carry cargo to storage. Need to use a bow. Equipment with attachments. Whip VP up level 1 and then talk to them. This is the battle simulator. Where do I turn in the enemy parts I got?
So あんたが集めてきた装備はつまりここを見れば
So this is like the completion list of equipment where you can see if you got every piece and determine what's missing. It looks like that's just for weapons. I also haven't tried to restore beacon yet. I'll be able to detect signals when you approach a wreckage. So basically, it's a treasure hunt item. And that's why, like, that set of references for noise, because the map is obscured. The lab gonna be where I turn in the parts. Temperature lets you conduct fusion at your appearance. Fusion activates immortal factors you absorb as your skills. You can also equip said skills. For stamina and just enough to afford all those, and none of them I'm super excited about, but at least I got something. Circle in L2 while rotating to fire randomly at surrounding enemies. So eventually, I imagine, in order to get some trophies, I'm probably going to have to bounce between every weapon. And part of me definitely wants to wait until I just have... like, I'm way over leveled before I do that.
地上なんていい女もいなけりゃ食い物もまずいってのに。
ゴミだ。今すぐ朽ち果てろ。
まったく顔を合わせれば我らが目的忘れるなよ。
いいじゃない。地獄を作るには天国を知らなきゃ無理よ。
どうでもいい。静かにして。
すべて壊せば静かになるわよ。
我が意を得たり。
狩りの時間だ。
お前たち手を焼かせるなよ。
皆揃ったようだな。
緊急招集なんて一体何があったんだ。
エンジ
はい
ちょっと待てよ。俺はまだこいつらのことを認めてないぜ。
ェル、その件なら後だ。これは重要事項だ。
本部からの情報です。軌道エレベーターの監視メンバーから緊急報告がありました。ここ数日統制局による地上への増員が伝えられていましたが、さらに今朝ノインを確認したそうです。
ノインだと。ガーデンの悪魔たち、統制局の最強部隊。
リーダーのボイドと構成員が確認されています。
奴らの目的は何しに来やがった。
不明ですが、これだけの規模で地上に来るのは大衝突以来です。
聞いた通りだ。詳細はわからないが、まずい状況なのは確かだ。各自何かあればすぐに報告をしてくれ。
よう、時間ができたらちょっと声かけてくれねえか。
Here we got introduced the big bads.
だいぶ板についてきたじゃねえか。そろそろお前専用の装備も必要なんじゃないかと思ってな。
専用装備？
そうだ。もっともっとオーダーをこなすためにも効率的な移動手段が必要だ。そこでお前にちょっと材料の調達を頼みたいと思ってな。どうだ、やってくれるよな。
何を集めてくればいい？
よし、必要なものはオーダーリストに送っておく。よろしく頼むぜ。
息抜きに。
何の用だ？
前にフォージから依頼を受けただろう。連絡通路に住み着いたイモータルの件だ。
ああ、
話は簡単だ。他にも同じような場所があって。
俺にやれと？
そういうことだ。簡単だろ、お前には。
ああ。
I think we're gonna also take a moment to basically clear out all of my side quests. And there's my mastery of all the weapon types. It also looks like they do overlap a little bit, so like it doesn't matter which shield type I need, I just need shield. I do need to bring a bow for one mission. That's just kind of the best one I have. Okay, I definitely saw that I have medium repair sprays. Because I have large and small, and I don't know why okay, I just had to double click it. Because every time I try to use first aid kits it says disabled, so I'm just gonna assume that I can't use them right now. And we're probably due for another buff. Yeah, I think the goal now is just to try to get as many missions done as I can. Function to expand equipment attachment slots will be added to the factory. Has a function to remove owned factors. Increase the amount of genes that can be possessed, as well as the total cost of equipable skills. I think the most expensive one I can get right now is additional equipment. I think I'd rather get 2 of those.
ご協力ありがとうございます。
いらっしゃいませ。アイテムや装備も。
よう、開発か。
Guess I'm not entirely sure why I would make most of those. So I haven't figured out how to use attachments. I guess that's how. VP level 1, and it's for an armor piece. I think if I show up with that equipped, then that satisfies the quest requirements. So that's actually surprisingly close. And I haven't unlocked a whole lot of fast travel points, which I might want to go out of my way to do at some point. I think I saw that like the estimated completion time for just story is like 8 hours. And I feel like you could shave off an hour if you just remove these like 30-second loading areas. Yeah, we're just gonna go try to knock out as many side quests as I can. Because I'm guessing like the big goal if I do want to seriously consider going for the platinum is just I need to get my mercenary rank up as much as I can and probably level every weapon. I haven't like looked at the exact requirements, but most of the things are like just get a ton of kills, get a ton of money, and then get like every armor set.
いいわね。準備は万全ね。その装備を使ってイモータルを倒してほしいの。アタッチメントの力を実測するわ。
Here we go.
いい戦いぶりだったわ。アタッチメントのデータはバッチリよ。アタッチメントを一つつけただけでも違うでしょ。装備の基本性能に頼るだけじゃなくて、アタッチメントで自分に合った調整をするのも重要よ。
I get nothing if I get that one. I guess we'll grab that one. There's a base near here, but otherwise not much else. But I guess we'll take over the base because maybe that gives me a fast travel point. So this is like the first time I've been out pretty much solo. I'm guessing the trick to getting a ton of money later on is more or less going to be just how much stuff do I have to sell. Because at least as far as the collection list is concerned, I think I only need every weapon once, and I can just save whatever the best copy is. Then everything else gets scrapped. Get some levels in. I don't know how much it takes to actually level up weapons, so anything that I can get is probably for the better. If it has a new ability, I might as well grab it. That is slightly a problem in hindsight, where now I'm already full on those, so if I find any more, I just can't get them. Bit too greedy there. I should be just focusing on dodging. Another free heal, which is nice. I'm definitely getting a lot of drops from these as opposed to them just despawning. Is probably due to the bow. I don't really need the repair tank right now, but it's good to know it's there. Couple attachments there. Nothing particularly major. This definitely seems ideal if I'm just trying to like farm a whole bunch of resources. Which it does seem like there are several weapons that fit that category. Ammo back is probably a fine choice there. I don't know if that's all the explosive ones. There's still like 2 things to blow up, but I don't... I guess I can just break them like that. That sort of seems like everything. I think that's everything in the base cleared out. The question is, do I go back to the base in order to turn in all the mutation stuff I got, or do I just commit to getting side quests? I think I need to probably go back to base. I think it's kind of too early to be like locking myself out of potential upgrades. But didn't expect them to already respawn. I'm just kind of grabbing whatever of those. I think we just head back to base. Turn in the stuff I got.
あいつはいつもああやって精神統一をしてるんだ。めったなことでは動かないさ。
戦いの
Go activate all of these that I got. That is pricey. I guess I did forget to check what skills I actually got. I think we want this one. Get a shield charge there. could actually see Mace with Helm Splitter being very good. Yeah, definitely the biggest downside of Fusion is more so I don't feel like I have a lot of money, and it takes most of my money. Talk to them in heavyweight armor. So at least like some of the quest lines are like actively progressing. It's like the base you took is under attack. There's a whole lot more missions now.
ミューラルか。
ああ、依頼を受けてくださった方ですか？
そうだ。
おお、ありがとうございます。これぞ天の助け。
で、何をすればいい？
落書きを集めてきてください。
落書き？
フォートの外のあちこちに書いてあるでしょ。変な誰が書いたかもわからない。だからこそ価値がある。大自然に放置されたアート。このフォートで囚われの鳥の自分にないものがそこにある。
そういうものか。
ええ、どんなものでも構いません。すべて私にない魂を秘めています。
どれでもいいんだな。アーセナルのスキャン機能を使えばデータ化は可能だ。
できれば壁ごと持ってきてほしいところでしたが、いいでしょう。
そういえば前に撮ったものがある
な。なんと、ぜひ拝見させてください。
どうだ？
なるほど。なるほど。おお、湧いてきたぞ。震えるぞハート。燃え尽きるほどヒート。刻むぞ魂のアート。あなた。
なんだ？
しばらくそこでお待ちいただきたい。おお。できた。新作。それも会心の出来だ。あなた、これをあなたのアーセナルに使っていただきたい。
いいのか？
これはアーセナルに貼ることで完成するのです。空間を移動するアート、それこそ新しい芸術。受け取っていただけますか？ありがとうございます。これであなたのアーセナルも立派なアートですよ。
Then I guess I can just immediately turn that one in because I happen to randomly scan a decal somewhere. Don't fully know what the or damage one is. Unless that's just the name of it. So we'll grab another one of these. They're double stamps. I wonder if it is faster to leave instead of fast traveling.
やっとこさ来やがったか。
で、俺はどうすればいい？
なに簡単なことよ。要は片っ端からバウトして勝ちゃいいのさ。最下位からの挑戦だが、勝つたびに上位への挑戦権が得られるってわけさ。
とにかく勝てばいいんだな。
そういうこった。もっとお前なら大丈夫だろうが、一つだけ忠告だ。
なんだ？
相手の装備をよく見て準備をすることだ。装備によっちゃ相性が悪いなんてこともある。
了解だ。
頼むぜ。オンボロジムの明日の未来はお前にかかってるんだからな。
OK だ、オーナー。
And first Coliseum match. So there is a point where I can't get them until I get higher rank. We'll try one of the Coliseums. And like based on that, I can assume there's probably like 30 fights. Unless there's like a higher tier than that. There we go. So the question is, do I commit to these or do I hold off on Coliseum? Because I have a whole bunch of side missions I think I would rather be doing. I feel like there's going to be like a ton of missions because I'm already unlocking missions faster than I'm completing them. Because I think like it's sort of determined based on mercenary rank. But then there's also like quest lines that build off of existing ones. That's kind of wish it was the case where if I was interacting with the quest giver directly, I wouldn't have to go back to the console to turn it in. Now challenge fighters at the Coliseum. Battles between arsenals are held at the Coliseum. Select a opponent to challenge, win the battles to earn rewards, keep winning to move up the ranks, and unlock new to fight. Use of items is restricted. And we got another mercenary rank up. I think we just head to this one, clear out the northwest side, which is most of the side quests. Yeah, because I was just taking a peek at some of the trophies, and it seems like I only need to get level 5 for every weapon. I can still pretty effectively just pick my favorite and ignore most of them.
あなた誰？モデル希望の方？
敵な弓ね。イメージ通りの写真が撮れそうだわ。弓の良さはアナログ感よね。ゆずるを引き絞って一点集中する姿勢の美しさ。イモータルごとカメラを撃ち抜くつもりでやってちょうだい。楽しみだわ。ゆずるをもっと引き絞って戦慄を奏でるのよ。狩人よ、弓で獣を狩る狩人になりきって。
The other one fell off the edge.重機のような火力は出ないけど弱点を的確に狙い撃つ繊細な戦い方が最高ね。今にも矢が弱点目指して飛んでいくような写真。ゆずるが織りなすシンフォニーを捉えられたわ。私とあなた相性いいかも。また構図が思いついたら協力してちょうだいね。 As I saw, the bow was up to level 3 now. If I was braver, I could try to fight the one mini-boss again, but I think I'll hold off on that. I don't think I have heavy armor on. I have some. Does it have to be all heavyweight?
来てくれたのね。早速で悪いんだけど装備を確認させて。あら、私の指定した装備じゃないじゃない。これじゃダメね。私の指定した装備に着替えてから戻ってきて。
And I forget what equipment they wanted other than heavy. Just says heavyweight armor, so I think the piece doesn't matter, just has to be heavyweight category. I'm gonna temporarily save this loadout so I don't have to menu later. Well, I don't have any heavyweight helmets, so we're just gonna have to do that later. Unless they gave me a specific piece, but I don't know what it is. Not sure why I didn't get the grab there, unless they like bonked or something. Dude. More of a brawler one. A little bit hard to see them there. Now we'll go for the mission.
生存者は
おーい。
あんた救援部隊か。いや、本体到着までの時間稼ぎってところだ。
そうか。だが一人だけでも助かる。こんなありさまだからな。負傷者に痛み止めを投与して戦闘継続を検討していたくらいだ。しかしあんたも運が悪いな。ここは俺たちの墓場になるかもしれんぞ。
そうか。運が悪いのは奴らだ。
こいつは頼もしい。じゃあ一丁やったろうぜ。
不法占拠された防衛拠点の奪還のための攻撃を再開する。拠点周囲の設備を破壊しろ。各自3回。
北から来るぞ。南だ。
First wave done. I cross through that barrier, I ought to lose.
西から敵へ。制御装置をさらに破壊。奈落へ落ちろ。クソ野郎どもめ。制御装置をさらに破壊。残り1機。俺はこの防衛拠点と運命を共にするつもりだ。あんたまで付き合う必要はないんだぜ。
諦めるな。諦めた奴に死神が来ることになる。
やったのか。
いや、まだ。
まだ来る。畜生、二方向から同時に来やがった。全部か。
ならよかったな。備えろ。
I like how there's only one left with so many enemies.
戦闘に支障はありません。戦闘制御装置の全破壊を完了。敵の残存部隊の総統に移行する。こんな地獄に付き合わせちまってすまねえ。
That's a tough one. Like, it's just a case where there's too many enemies, then they're too spread out. Also, like, 80% of them are ranged. So they just kind of log onto the tower and then go right at it. I did also run out of ammo for missiles, which wasn't ideal. Also, every loading screen is bad. Like, as soon as I'm in, like, a thing that's loading, it's just every one is, like, at least 15, like, to 20 seconds. Minimum.
不法占拠された防衛拠点の奪還のための攻撃を再開する。拠点周囲の設備を破壊しろ。各自3回。北から来るぞ。南だ。奴らめ、東からだ。西から敵へ。 を確認。くそ。2方向から同時に来やがった。全部か。
ならよかったかな。備えろ。
くっそ、一斉に来やがった。制御装置をさらに破壊。奈落へ落ちろ、クソ野郎どもめ。制御装置をさらに破壊。残り1機。
俺はこの防衛拠点と運命を共にするつもりだ。あんたまで付き合う必要はないんだ。
諦めろ。諦めた奴に死神が来ることになる。
制御装置の全破壊を完了。
And I just do not know how to get rid of them quick enough. They just have so much health. Like, I feel like I need some kind of AoE ability that I don't have. Or just broadly more ammo. Like that last wave especially, it just swarms every point that's still left. And like the best thing I could hope for in that scenario is I need to like save at least 2 of them that are spread out enough that they have to really like spread out. Guess we'll go for more beacons. Guess one thing I could check. I guess because I gave up on the mission, it completely like removed it from my quest log. I wanted to check what the recommended level on it was. So we'll go for that one next. Guess I'll just finish up as many as I can. I'm gonna try to avoid as many detours as I can. I guess if I had like a more AoE weapon instead of the bow, maybe that would work for the quest, like if I had a bazooka instead. Like I basically need something that can one-shot them. And ideally do AoE damage. Okay, we went in earlier, so I guess there's something new here, something that's quest specific I didn't get. That was a rough charge. Here we go. Got the data needed, so we should be good to go. And I think there's at least... Can't do, actually... So I guess I need full heavyweight armor because I did have heavyweight pieces on. Ideally, I want to get this fast travel point open. Because it's kind of right in the middle of everything, and I just haven't gotten it. Nice, I did get a couple shotgun levels out of that. A little bit low health. And we got unlocked. Doesn't seem like I can fast travel there. Or like I can't fast travel, but I can't heal. Was looking to see if I could heal. Just says I need to carry things, so I don't know if this is going to be a combat-centric one. Probably soon I'm going to need to start considering like selling a bunch of stuff so I can try to get some credits in case I need to heal.
もう悪いな。このコンテナを全部倉庫に運びてえんだ。頼めるか？
量が多いな。どうやってここまで運んできた？
え？もうビークルで運んでたんだけどよ。重くて壊れちまってさ。
ビークル？
なあ、いいから早く運べって。旅団に頼まれてんだ。早くしねえと怒られちまう。
任せろ。
よし、じゃあ早速。
待って。ねえ、そのアーセナルだと耐久力が足りないんじゃない？コンテナ運ぶのもハードだからさ。もっと耐久力のあるアーセナルを着てきて。
だそうだ、悪いな。俺あんまりわかんなくてよ。頑丈なアーセナルで来てくれ。超特急で頼むぜ。
Also need heavyweight armor for that. Other than story, there's not much I can reasonably do at the moment. I guess we'll do the story bit because I don't want to wade through another loading zone without getting something else done. And I might need to just buy some heavyweight equipment because I'm kind of running out of options. Because I only need like one piece of heavyweight for each slot, I'm guessing. Also because I think I'm probably going to eventually need to stock up on a ton of potions. I currently have none. I'm guessing these robots also respawn because this one feels familiar. I think that's just a much better version of the one I have. Found a couple new cards that I still haven't started the minigame for that, but I think there is trophies for that. Got the materials I need. That I think it's time to go. I also did see that there is an achievement for traveling a certain distance by vehicles. So I do want to chip away at that when I can. But that is a fair amount of quests done.
来てくれたか。
どうして俺なんだ。
あの手際の良さだ。下手な奴に頼むより安心だろ。
そんなものか。
長年の経験と勘ではね。君には採掘をしてきてほしい。金になるものもあるが、何よりも鉱物は知識の宝庫だ。
知識ね。
そうだ、これを持ってきてほしい。珍しいものだから大変かもしれないが、よろしく頼むよ。
任せろ。
Heavy iron ore for that one. Got a lot of stuff to turn in, so we'll do that. And also I'll see if there's any heavyweight armor for sale. Because I definitely need that to finish both of those side quests. I'm a bit surprised that I haven't gotten any when I've just been kind of grabbing whatever. I kind of wish that, like, since I went on through the effort of going back to town to get into the base, it would have, like, reduced this time a bit. We got a little bit of equipment there. We'll turn in what we can here. Apparently it's just one quest because I have to talk to everybody else. Okay, so that's a recommended 6. I think that's the level that I, like, just hit. There's a cat.
Yosh, 完璧。あとは実際の開発だね。僕は設計が担当で、そっちは専門外だから、コンソールから頼むよ。武器ができたら、砂漠まで来てくれるかな。近場だし、テストするにはいいかなと思ってさ。先に行ってるね。息抜きに
排除完了だ。
まあこれで少しはマシになるな。連絡通路は旅団にとって重要拠点だ。何かあればお前に任せるとさ。
分かった。
仕事は覚えたよな。今度からはコンソールを確認してくれ。じゃあな。
Let's see what armor I can get.
アイテムや装備の購入ですね。
Well, I can get like one particularly good one. But it does cost 12,000. At least got some money out of that. Guess I didn't realize I had that. That one I think is a little bit better than what I have, except maybe it isn't. Yeah, kind of just, there's so much like little differences between stats that I don't know if there's anyone that's really that much better than the others. I think that's probably good enough. Guess I can also sell development data I don't need. Which is probably good to know, because I'm probably not going to make most of the stuff. Melee weapon capable of impact charged attacks. Both arms enables alternate loopable combo attacks. Full charge attack consumes ammo. Full charge attack without ammo lessens the damage dealt. It looks like all of those require the same items. I guess now I'll buy some armor because I got some money. Need to see what I still need heavy equipment on. I'm guessing that was not the menu I needed to be in. It looks like it is. Okay, I was just on the wrong tab there. I need midweight gloves and heavyweight gloves and boots. And that should be everything I need for the 2 missions. Physical defense and shooting accuracy. Hopefully that's good enough. And we'll turn to the story quest.
Oh, さすがだな。状態も良さそうだ。よし、すぐに取り掛かるぜ。待ってな。さあ、できたぜ。
ありがたく使わせてもらう。
Battle can bikes be used for transportation. They can also be transformed and used in battle. Bikes can be called from a supply base. So we got a motorcycle. And they do real big lasers.
お前とアッシュに頼みがある。都合のいい時に声をかけてくれるか。
頼みというのは何だ。
2人揃ってからだ。 ノインか。ノインと思われるアーセナルの目撃情報だ。西部地区の廃都市で複数体が目撃されているそうだ。
複数？あんな場所で何を追っ始める気だ？
わからん。だが奴らの目的を探っておきたい。調査に向かってくれ。
もちろんだ。
お前も同行してくれ。
なんでこいつまで一緒なんだ？裏切ったらどうする？
お前がどうこうできる相手か。
なんだと？
アッシュ、一人では危険すぎる。
分かったよ。ただ少しでも怪しい動きをしたら。
準備ができたら出撃してくれ。ノインか。
統制局の際。
Ideally, I would like to get the 2 heavyweight quests out of the way.
Let's 楽しもうぜ。さすがですね。ガラ空き。
ありがとう。
How about the random NPCs here? I am definitely moving slower. I would also say not so much so that it's really a problem. As I did check the item prices on the shop. If they're cheap, I should just buy those in bulk, because item drops seem weirdly rare. I also didn't actually figure out what the button for calm motorcycle was.
任せろ。
よし、じゃあ早速始めてくれ。倉庫の場所は送ったからな。
I can't take both.
庫の中まで運んでちょうだい。部屋は狭いからうまく積んでよね。
ギリギリ入ると思うよ。多分。
This definitely seems like the target location, but I just cannot put it down. Guess I'll figure it out in a minute. Big concern at the moment is I might run low on energy. I know that R2 is placed, but I don't know where they want me to put it. Seems like nothing that works. Have to keep heavyweight on, so can't even really look at those now. I think that was a warning for leaving the quest area. And now, energy-wise, we should be. Can't see anything particularly there. I gotta figure out how to actually put these down in this spot. I just needed to be looking more downward. Feels like they're leaning a little bit too hard into, like, the jank placement. Like, they recognized that it was kind of jank, and then they just, like, made a side quest for it. Like, at least that looks like it should be able to fit the box, but yeah, we got it.
これでいいか。よしよし、全部入ってるな。ご苦労さん。
解放旅団が来る前に運べてよかったね。
ちょっと。
なんだ。
あそうだな。ちゃんと運べてないと解放旅団に怒られちまうからな。じゃあ俺らは他に仕事があるからこの辺で。ありがとな。
We finished that. I think that was the last thing I needed for one of the beacons. That's another quest done. I think it is slightly faster to fast travel to the spot. But only slightly. First I want to see if I can figure out how to call the bike from here. And this is why I say only slightly, because I think if I were just flying here, I would have been probably nearly where I need to be. Okay, so I guess I can only get it at supply bases because I don't see the option there. Guess maybe with a party member I might have better luck at the one quest I was trying, but I don't think I have a good weapon set for it right now. Like, it definitely feels like the kind of quest that was made with a party in mind. Offer transfer in your possession from a supply base. Yeah, it does have to be a supply base, like an actual one and not like a fast travel point.
いいわね。指定した通りの装備ね。試すのが楽しみだわ。重装機の特徴は VP と防御力の高さよ。メモリ容量も大きいから重い武器もたくさん積めるわ。機動性能は低い代わりに多少のダメージは気にせず正面から敵に立ち向かっていけるわ。百聞は一見にしかずよ。早速実測しましょう。
おいおい、どうした？
Here we go.
いい戦いぶりだったわ。この装備の実測データはバッチリよ。重装機は一定の重量を超えると吹き飛ばされにくくなるの。どっしり構えて大迫力の肉弾戦。うっとりするわよね。装備はいろいろ試してみて。きっとあなたの戦い方に合った組み合わせがあるはずよ。
Have the weapon for that on, so we should go for that. I did forget to call the bike, but it's fine. I'll get other chances to use it.
Oh, 来た来た。ちゃんと持ってきてくれたね。じゃあすぐ始めちゃおう。準備はいい？
ああ。
よし、じゃあ始めるよ。
どうだ？
うん、いい感じ。助かったよ。
これは何のテストだったんだ？
品質の幅の確認テストさ。
品質の幅？
お店で売ってるのってさ、品質が均一になるように選別したものなんだ。お客からクレームが来るといけないからね。でも良くも悪くも直接開発で作ったものは個体差がある。だから君の手にぴったりくるものが見つかるかもしれない。
なるほどな。
興味出てきたでしょ。いろいろ作ってみることをおすすめするよ。 今日は協力してくれてありがとう。じゃあね。
That's another one done. I think that just leaves main story other than that one mining quest, which I might already be done, and also that one that I really don't want to do. At least not until I get like a bazooka or something with a bigger AoE.
見えた。よし、準備はいいのか。チャンスだ。働くぜ。派手に食らってんな。よし。
That attack hurts.
しまった。いける。どうだ。終われるかよ。
Wasn't far away enough. They're just a little bit too mobile. And down. They only got one hit left, and then it's a reset. And there it is. Stamina's real rough to manage. Granted, I'm at a very not mobile set of armor, but it is still... I think even when I was like medium weight, mostly, it was still pretty dodge. I think I would like to think I'm just gonna probably focus on the story mission for now. Ideally, I get to a point where I have at least like 2 or 3 allies with me, and then I can start doing some of the more complicated ones. Didn't save either of those 2 side missions I did, which feels bad. I mean, they were quick, but also I would have expected it to save at least one of them.
Oh, 来た来た。じゃあ、すぐ。よし。
Well, at least that just means I can skip all the text. Definitely wanted to get that one out of the way because if I mess up my armor, then I would have to go change somewhere else. I will say, while I don't mind some of the aspects of the open world, I did kind of wear out my interest in it pretty quickly, other than when I just need to farm resources real quick. Like, I was being way thorough to start, and now I'm just kind of not. There we go. I guess this time I'll take the bike and then we'll go for story. The quickest way for that is just to head north, which I think is this way. Avoid Big Gun Fort because that's bad time. Also, this does not cost energy. This is free. Davis, just a little bit north of here. Okay, yeah, since I felt like I went too far. I feel like this is intended, so we'll just leave. Yeah, another decal while I'm here. Don't need energy, so we'll just go. I'm assuming when I have the bike, even though I can turn it into a big laser, it probably doesn't let me be very mobile with it. Go ahead and take that. We'll take that. There's like one more enemy there, but not super worried about him. Even though we are getting a couple new types, or new variants at least. And we made it. They give me an energy spot, which makes me think I'm gonna be here for a bit.
Yo, 脱走兵。何をしに降りてきた。
そう構えんなよ。俺だって仲間は傷つけたくねえ。
仲間？
おとなしくって柄じゃねえよな。
知ってるだろ。
やる気満々だな。それなら少し楽しもう。ダンスの準備はいい。ほら楽しもうぜ。
何が目的だ？
みんなで楽しみたいだけさ。パーティーは仲間が多い方が楽しいだろ。
来やがって。
まだ踊りたいねって面倒なやつだな。うわっ
Get the feeling I'm not fighting the right one.
痛みから解放してやるよ。やれる。調子に乗ったらやれる。いや
しまった。この程度。
飛んでいくぞ。終わらせようぜ。
We're gonna get rid of the fake one at least.
しまった。
ロック開始だ。やれる。飛んでいくぞ。終わらせようぜ。耐えられるか。やれる。
Rid of the fake one.
無理すんなよ。俺様が相手なんだぜ。ロック開始だ。やれる。耐えられるか。飛んでいくぞ。
この程度。
That was a weird knockdown.
終わらせようぜ。やれる。やれる。まだ踊り足りねえって面倒なやつだな。
I don't really have a good vibe on how this fight's supposed to go.
耐えられるか。痛みから解放してやるよ。
That's first health bar done. And that's game. Ability to summon seemingly endless copies of himself and no health bar to display how much damage I'm actually doing is a rough combination. Because I don't know if I'm really making any substantial progress. Because as far as I can tell, if I'm hitting clones, I'm going to have to assume I'm doing no damage. And I assume if I'm getting voice dialogue, then I have to hope that I'm hitting the right one, or at least my partner is. Like, at least at the end, I'm assuming the one who was glowing red was the real one because he did a very big flashy move. Then I still have to deal with the fake ones just constantly shooting me. And there seems to be very little I can do about them. Go get my energy back. And assume that's the real one because of that move. managed to get a grab on him, so I'm assuming that is one.
まだ踊り足りねえって面倒なやつだな。やれる。耐えられるか。飛んでいった。無駄。
Guessing that's not the real one.
痛みから解放してやるよ。
There we go.
相当者を連れ帰るのは俺一人じゃ骨が折れるな。少しは楽しめたぜ。また会おう。じゃあな。
仲間ってどういうことだ。
そのままだ。
ノインの仲間ってまさかお前。
どうだ、何か分かったか。
ああ、ノインがいた。目的は分からない。
そうか、また目撃情報が入った。一度拠点に戻ってくれ。
分かりました。帰還します。俺はお前をアウターを信用しないからな。
ああ、好きにしろ。
I can get a real big boost to basic defense and laser defense, but it puts me at negative physical defense. Also with high burn resistance. Or I go for Mirage. And Mirage sounds more interesting. I want to unlock the fast travel point here, and then we'll head back to base. Like, there's definitely like jamming tanks around, but I have no idea what they expect me to do with them, if anything. Also, I never did try scanning them, which I guess is another thing I should have done. I realized that there's like an ambush mechanic. Where if I run up to them before they notice, I can just get a free grab. I'm thinking I want to go at most another hour. I still don't really have a good vibe on how long this game is. Because like all I've really seen so far is that... I don't remember what the mercenary rank was of the mission I had earlier for the emergency one. But I know I was under leveled for it, and I want to say it was like pretty far off. And I haven't really looked at the world map to see how many regions there are. Do the side turn-ins first. This one says it's a repeatable. It gives me a ton of scrap, and it's rank 8. At least that's what I'm assuming that icon means.
Angel, 詳細情報を頼む。
旅団が輸送に使う配線に何者かが侵入したとの報告です。何人かが負傷していますが、相手は不明とのこと。
不明？戦闘になったんじゃないのか？
どこからともなく攻撃されたと。
配線が使えないのでは各拠点が孤立する。
俺が行こう。
俺も行く。お前には任せられね
え。準備ができたら出撃してくれ。
We'll grab Mirage because that's definitely better than Auto Dodge. Okay. Another pair of knuckles also might be good. I would probably prefer that over a shotgun. Unless I just decide to fully opt out of having a sword because I'm getting it pretty far leveled up. I can't buy another knuckle, so that's kind of out of the question. Did want to look into buying items. If I knew what first aid kits did, I would actually use them, but since they seem to always be disabled, I won't. Unless first aid is like, has to be used at a base or something like that. Now start enhancing the bike. There's a lot of things to get supplies. Plus, I'm not fully sure what the icons mean. I'm just assuming that the one with the loop is a repeatable. They're probably gonna go for like 7.5 hours, and then I'll call it there. I think I kind of want to try another Coliseum fight. Looks like I can get a lot of scrap for this potentially, which does make it more enticing. Even though I have to wait for loading screens. I will say, at least on the pace that it's going, it's surprised that people are beating the story within 8 hours, but that is just kind of beelining through the story, probably on a lower difficulty. Yeah, we got him. I also feel like I haven't gotten a whole lot of loot in general recently. Like, in terms of mercenary rank, though, I am way over leveled for most of the fights that are available. But whether that translates to armor is hard to say. I feel like the loading screen to get in and out of that match was longer than the match. As I'm definitely getting a little bit better at getting the helm splitter combo in. Because it does seem like I can basically stagger a person and then get a free hit on it. It's neat that you can check all of their armor. But you would also have to remember what all the armor is. I will say the one weapon that's missing that I kind of wish was here was range laser swords. Because I think I've seen all of the melee ones unless it's considered a special weapon. There we go. I would like to do, like, maybe 5. Like, to at least get into the upper 20s. Or until we hit the 7-hour mark, whichever happens first, but I don't think it'll take that long. Another 1,000 scrap if I get this one. I'm wondering if I should save up to try to buy the most expensive things first, or if I should just keep building up. Because I'm wondering if I buy like the higher expensive ones, like say if I had bought the better shop first, would I just have better armor than I could have had previously? There we go. Another 1,000 scraps. That's 1,500 so far. I still don't think I have a whole lot of, like, weapon-specific abilities. I kind of just have a all-melee weapons ability. Or all-rifles ability. I think shield is one of the few ones where I do seem to have something unique. It feels like every other reward is good, and then the other ones are like mostly cosmetic. There we go. The combo's kind of just too good and they don't know how to deal with it. Like if I catch them in any part of the sword hit, they just kind of get stagger locked. They even tried shielding there, but I just kind of guard broke them. To get this one, we'll get into the top 25. I'll do at most 1 to 2 more after that. They did sort of find a counter for my combo and that they're hanging out in the air. Because it makes it so that if I try to use it, I go off at a weird angle and miss. And we got him. I also feel like compared to the amount of scrap I can get, it feels like the credits aren't the biggest amount. Like, I get roughly the equivalent in credits of selling one armor piece. I wonder if I'm able to chain the shotgun into my melee combo I'm going, or is that too greedy? Because I think it might be too slow and they'll not be staggered. Yeah, I can't like get the weapon on time. I'm a little bit disappointed that missed, but it also doesn't matter. So this will probably be the last arena match, and then we'll dip out and go probably do a little bit of side story stuff. I think my biggest concern, like looking at some of the requirements for like money, is unless this game really ramps up the reward, I feel like it's gonna be quite a grind to get to it, especially if I have to have the money on hand. And that might be the thing that takes me out of it, but again, I have to see how much the game scales up in terms of rewards. Because right now, like 10,000 feels like a lot, and if I need to get into the millions at some point, either the game needs to ramp up or I need to start really saving. There's probably going to be some facility like later on once I have all the scrap where I can just convert scrap into money or something like that. That was rough. And they got me. I was like one hit from winning. They're just real sturdy. I don't like how the rematch load is still long because it already loaded the entire patch at this point. Like, did they have to reload the entire thing from the start? I think the problem is if I go in for melee, shotgun seems to be doing more damage to me than I'm doing to them. Because we're both very heavy armor oriented. But I'm guessing they're more resistant to lasers. Good dodge time. Yeah, we got him. That was close, but we got there. Yeah, so I'll probably try to see what I can get done in like 20 minutes and then we'll call it a day. There's another big scrap payout app for the next one, but we are dipping. I think that's more of a cosmetic one that I don't really care about. There's 3 things in the fort, so we'll just check all these off. I'm guessing these are all things I have to pick up the quest, and there's 1 escort.
さてどこから始める？前に頼んでいたアーセナル。
I think I had that already, I just didn't turn it in.
持ってきてくれたのか？どれどれ？これだよ、これ。素晴らしい。なかなか見つからなくてね。私の見込んだ通りだ。ありがとう。助かったよ。
おや、君はまさか。
ゲーム仲間を募集してるって聞いてな。
素晴らしい。僕は今猛烈に感動している。君、ルールは知ってるかい？
いや、
そうか。じゃあプレイしながら学んでいこう。僕のカードをあげよう。構築済みのデッキさ。
何？デッキ？もらっていいのか？
もちろんだとも。初心者はね、宝物なんだ。じゃあ早速プレイしようか。ベラベラ説明を聞いても退屈だろ。おっと、そうだ。時間は大丈夫かい？
後でもいいか。
Let's put that one off.
もちろんだとも。僕はここでいつまでも待っているよ。
I don't know if I really want to get into a whole card game minigame when I was like getting kind of close to wrapping up.
誰だ？バランと言います。旅団の方ですよね。
何か用か？
よかった。弟が森に行ったきり帰ってこないんです。探しに行っていただけませんか？
森か。
頼みます。あなたしかいなくて。
仕方ないか。
ありがとうございます。弟が言った森の場所のデータを送りますね。僕は先に行っています。
Here we go. I think we'll just commit to the escort one.
急げ急げ。分かってるだろ。
分かっている。
よし、行くぞ。
それでどこへ向かう？
ついてくればいい。すぐにわかる。
依頼以外のトラブルはごめんだぞ。
分かった。黙ってついてこい。
I don't like how they're able to, like, basically be at the same pace as me.
しろ。
A lot of these missions are kind of just turning into like, what if we just throw like as many enemies as possible? Which is probably good for multiplayer, but for single player it gets a bit iffy. And we got another sword. Okay, last one.
どうした？
なんでもない。ちょっと。よし、ここまででいい。さて。まだいたのか。まあ、なんだ。ありがとうな。さあさあ、帰った帰った。時は金なりだぞ。
イモータルか。
So I guess that's the end of that one. I need there's another button. probably enough time for maybe like 1 to 2 more quests, depending on how long they are. I'm probably gonna hold off on main story because I don't know what I'll get locked into.
Yo, よろしく頼むぜ。
放っておいても土に帰るだろうに、わざわざ回収とは懲罰か何かか。
いやいやいや、そんなんじゃねえよ。放っておくとフェムトツリーが生えてくる恐れがあるのさ。ツリーはフェムトをまき散らすだろ。だからな、統制局としてはむしろ都合がいいわけだ。でもよ、この仕事は危ねえ、汚ねえ、きついで誰もやりたがらね
だろうな。
え。だから誰かがやらねえといけねえわけよ。というわけさ。さっさとやるぞ。巡回が来ちまう。準備はできてるな。
もちろんだ。
よし、じゃあ早速始めっぞ。
And we got him. Never mind, there's 7 more.
おい、そろそろ統制局が来るぞ。ケツ殴る準備はいいか。上出来だ。さあずらかるぜ。よくやったな。さすがって感じの動きだったぜ。
これでフェムトツリーが生えるのは防げるのか。
まあ少しはな。いつか誰でも住める場所が増えることを祈るばかりさ。さ、お前の取り分だ。この中から選んで持って行っていいぞ。また頼むぜ。
I'm guessing like the first set was required and the second set like gives me bonuses. I don't really want to deal with lightweight armor at the moment. This will probably be the last quest. Let me just manually save it. You know, I saw a quest earlier that said I was at chapter 8, and it kinda just hit me there. We're at chapter 13. I don't know how many chapters are in total, but that feels like it's a lot. Unless every individual mission is a chapter. Always love to see random free heals. Seems like running takes less energy than flying, which, I mean, makes sense. But I don't know if there's any, like, difference in the speed between the two. And we did it. That was a bit quicker than I thought it was gonna be. I think we're gonna go back to base and then turn it in and call it a night. Haven't got enough to get any other upgrades. Like 250 away, unless one of these missions give me something. Well, actually, there's 1,000 scraps, so that is something. I like how because I'm at rank 8, I'm getting missions in areas that I haven't even been close to. So it seems like doing side missions technically is pushing me a little bit over where I should be level-wise. Do I want lab level 2 or more equipment in the shop? Like, this gives me more variety, but this will just give me more passives as I get more passives. We're gonna go with that one. And that's gonna be where we call it a day. Not quite as climactic as like ending at the prior boss fight, but I don't know if I'm gonna get to a better stopping point and like if I were to push it any longer. So with that, let's see who's on to raid. I see Kyo is going with the Bubsy collection, which I imagine is a time. So with that, if I stream tomorrow on my day off, what I stream is gonna depend probably on when I'm able to start. If I like wake up early enough, it'll be more Yakuza Kiwami. If I don't wake up early enough, it'll probably be the Donkey Kong Bonanza DLC. To at least try out the roguelike mode, if not try to complete it, I guess, depending on what that entails. But that being said, probably next weekend, I think this will probably be my Sunday game because I still have no idea how long this game actually is. Especially if I try to do everything in terms of achievements. So I kind of want to use Saturdays to get through Yakuza as quickly as I can. Where this one will kind of just be a little bit of a filler game. But that means I'd probably be back with this next weekend. Thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Kyo. And bye-bye.